Hello, welcome back to my stream, which is I see out of focus for some strange reason. But in any case, welcome back. I'll dive right into Really Dangerous since this is what I've been doing lately, and I don't think it really requires any introduction. So there's been some development since the last time I was streaming yesterday night. Um, so last time I was still in Colonia here, but just basically starting um, the trip way back to this particular nebula that sits around here. And so uh, later on that night, I started playing again, and I saw that I had a lot of like neutron jumps all the way here. And since those neutron jumps tend to be a little bit repetitive and often there isn't too much to see around those type of stars, I decided to just try to cover as much distance as I could with those neutron jumps, and then basically ended up here, where I am currently right now. Uh, Before I actually dive into everything, I wanted to do some checking around, some planning, but also I kind of came up with an idea here to basically distinguish bookmarks of locations that I want to visit at some point in the future and those that I have already visited. So basically, my idea is that whenever I go to some place, so instead of having this bookmark right here, for example, I have visited this system, I will add an internal bookmark to the system. So in the galaxy map, it will look different. So in this particular case, I'll just do this, and yeah, and I'll also um, give it a description in the name. So it's a black hole neutron star system. There we go. So then that now should appear as a bookmark that has actually that has like an internal bookmark really. Um, so I'm gonna do the same thing here, and then I need to do it for a few more systems, I think. Problem is that I don't know why it's not selecting. There we go. No, well, that's not the right system. Let me see. There we go. Maybe? No? Oh, you know what? That's because that one is a white dwarf. That's why. So, in that case, here, it's gonna be Earth with close eccentric planet. There we go. Uh-oh. Whoops. Looks like some kind of connection error. Shouldn't take long. The stream appears to be doing fine, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. Anyway, let's go back to that. Hopefully, oh. And of course it remembered. Of course it remembered the like me taking away a bookmark but not saving it because I hadn't saved it yet. Meantime, let me add some music. There we go. And I'm starting ED discovery. So this one, I think it was this system. Right? Yep. Yes, it was. All right. Start again. White dwarf with claws, eccentric. What? It kind of looks like maybe adding that bookmark creates some kind of bug. It's kind of conflict. Maybe it's too long. Okay, let's try again, but maybe. Okay, I don't know. Dwarf with centric. Or you know what? Centric white dwarf. Simpler? No. Just doesn't like it. Okay. So it doesn't depend on what I put into it. I can't bookmark that system, I guess. I guess I could try to report that, but I'll bookmark the planet then. Okay. This one worked. So I have a few more. I didn't do this one. Not this one. Not even this one. So these are all systems that I could check some point soon. These are all good. This one I visited for sure. So let's remove that. Let's go here. What was the issue here? Oh. Should have probably read the bookmark. Well, first I should make sure to read what was in the bookmark. I'll check the video later on, unless Discovery has it. Let's see, because it didn't do much, right? Yeah, didn't do much. Okay, never mind that. What about this system? Ring feast. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this one. This one right here. Because it has all types of rings, I guess. Rocky, icy. Okay. Although it would be more interesting to find like a metal rocky icy, but in any case. Or maybe it was this one. Maybe it was this one actually. No, this one's just rocky. Okay. Well. Let's check this one. Okay. So in this case it would have been particularly useful to note where the notable stellar phenomenon was. I'm pretty sure it was one of these two. I was gonna say it was this one. Notable stellar phenomenon. This one was a proto-Lagrange. Okay. And then let's see, what was this one? Oh. Okay. This one was something to check out. How about this one? Oh, maybe this one had the... Maybe that one had some kind of biologicals to do. Oh, no. It was just the target, so... just remove it. Okay, so this was my largest system plus the two water worlds. Okay. And I think it's almost done. Probably only have... Nope, not even. Okay. All right, so the objective currently is to head here. But let me see. So eventually I need to go here. I thought the carrier had moved. Yeah, so the carrier is not here anymore. Which means the bookmark doesn't work anymore. Oh no, okay. Just... No, but that bookmark doesn't work anymore. So, well, I can figure it out later um, where the carrier is. But I still want to go to this nebula since I've been super quick, and there's actually there's a system that I want to visit because there were some biologicals that I wanted to do. But I just realized that, in my old trip, as I mentioned, there was nothing special. Didn't come by anything really uh, particularly worth noting. I mean, I found a couple of new species, but nothing exceptional. However, right here, I'm kind of close to all these nebulas. So I was thinking to maybe visit them. Maybe I can do like 1, 2, 3, because then I need to move away. So let's see what I can do here. What if I go here? Target 1, and then how long would it take? Don't think very long. Yeah, it jumps. That's super close. Then I can go maybe here, a little bit above the plane, but nothing crazy. Just to check out things. Nothing particularly special, but still interested. In the meantime, I want to remove the white dwarfs because otherwise it will plot through them and it's really not worth it. Yeah, so this is also fairly close. There's a good chance we can just do all of them tonight. Wait, kind of lost the orientation here for a second. Okay, and then there's that one. Also possibly this one, but these are starting to be kind of high on the plane, so I can do them another time. So let's go there. Wait. There we go. What about this one? Target 3. Okay. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then I continue the journey down to here. And let me check real quick where Gertrude might be. Okay. So Gertrude should be going here. Okay. At least this is the current target. So basically, I will be going here, then here, and then here, but in the meantime, could maybe stop, I don't know, that nebula. That looks like it's almost along the way. Okay, so let's go to target 1, which is the first nebula. There we go. And I don't mind jazz, but I've been listening to jazz for a long time now. How about this? No. No. Okay. So this system was one of the most notable, mainly because it had a water world. But again, actually 2 water worlds. Did I scan all of them? I think so. Yes, yeah, I scanned all of them. So 2 water worlds, which was a lot of fun. This one was also the moon. Took a picture, of course. But otherwise, not really too much, honestly, along the way. Because, of course, a bunch of the neutron stars were already discovered. Okay, this is a bit loud. Let me also check. No. So one thing I don't understand is why this game is so loud. Like, I can't imagine even having it at maximum here. There we go. So this guy's fuel tank is full, and okay. Now it's maybe a bit too quiet. Okay, it should be good. What do we have here? Nothing. Just the stars. So as you can see, we are still in a fairly dense neutron star region. So we are still getting a bunch of neutron jumps. However, as we get farther away from Colonia and the neutron highway, there's less and less. Whoops. Uh-oh. Should probably repair it. Should have done it last time. Yeah, I know. So I think those are the 4 nebulas I'm heading to. Possibly? No? No, these ones. There's so many nebulas. Oh, I see. Should know, you know what? Should probably... Not that fast. Okay. Let's turn off a few things. There we go. Shouldn't take very long. In the meantime, we can check some other places. I mean, there's these 4, there's this one, and then... Wait, why did I mark these 2? One is Gertrude, I think, but the other one is... I don't know. So I guess the destination could be that one. And then this one as well. And then, wasn't there a nebula right here? I'm sure there was a nebula. Did it just disappear? Let me load it again. Doesn't make any sense. So there's that one. Okay. I thought there was one here, but maybe I'm just wrong. In any case, could probably visit this guy. So, you know what? Let's try and... There we go. Okay. So now that everything is repaired, can I shut this off? Okay, so this is a new one, but I think the previous one wasn't. Wow, and it's a big system too, which is good. because it means there might be something interesting around it. Although yesterday I found another one that was fairly large, like similar size, and there was nothing interesting. And there was one that was already discovered, with something like 40 bodies. None of them were of interest. Like no biological, no other words, nothing. But this one is new. Yeah. Nothing special body-wise. There might be biologicals, but and I apologize for all the sniffling here. My allergies are still ongoing, but I'm trying to avoid taking too much antihistamine, like for too many days in a row, so I haven't taken it in a couple of days, and I would prefer not to take it again. Okay. Yeah, see, nothing special. Which is a bit unfortunate, but can't have everything, right? Just remember, I needed to check something. The stream. Okay. So just this star, looks like. I'll still lunk it, but excuse me, I'm just trying to go away from you. It looks like we are almost there. 4 jumps. Taking the long route because I need to scoop up a bunch of fuel anyway. There we go. I think it was a new system. It was. So maybe we'll find something, although so few bodies don't have too many Alps. Yeah, nothing too special. I guess there could be tectonicas or something like that, but I'll take it anyway. plains. Asteroids.
Body B4 may host a marked biological.
Okay. This is interesting. Oh. So B4 could have Tectonicus. Looks like. Wait, did I scan all of them? Yes. And it's kind of close by too. Almost had to sneeze, so I may have to take that antihistamine. In the meantime, I'll try to correct my posture a little bit. There we go. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Can also see if there is anything. Anything different music-wise, but I found that when I tend to go beyond like classical or jazz, some of the music here tends to be kind of cheap and trashy, honestly. Maybe not trashy, but cheap, that's for sure.
Body B4 May host a marked biological.
It's unlikely, but I'm here, so I'll try to do it. So it could be a gold Attila. So a bacterium. And usually those are fast to do. If not, I'm gonna still do it. It's gonna be a Cerberus. Not very high value, but don't really have much to lose. Okay. Just checking that I'm actually going to bacterium. There it is. And oops, damn. It is Tila.
Bacterium Taylor scanned. Base value
It's a
1,949,000.
cobalt though,
Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
which I already have, but so this was interesting because it was like the less common type. It was more probable that he could have been a Cerberus, but he wasn't. Which is amazing.
Minimum distance reached.
Okay.
You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
There's another one. Not immediately easy to find, but not terrible either.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
goes. Okay, so all done, which means I can continue the journey because there's nothing else here. Should probably go towards the escape vector. Alright. While we travel, since it is below the horizon, I'm gonna take care of a few things for the stream which I forgot to take care about. Okay, I have to change the view for a second. Still here though, because I need to make sure something here that won't cause issues. Right, okay. Yep. There we go. Then come on. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Jumping. No. Oops. Kinda missed it by going a bit too, like, orthogonal to it. There we go. See if there's anything. Oh, that's why it wasn't honking. Anything interesting? Okay. Wow. 5 stars. Probably a large gas giant. looks like. Somewhere here. Yep. Okay.
Body 3. Meets mapping criteria.
Okay. Okay, let's go to body 3 then. Nice and easy. Take advantage of the drive there to finish checking on the thing here, if I can. Okay. Mostly I wanted to check what I could control via the browser and if it was really worth it. But I think I can control everything from here. This is just a simple scan, nothing more. But it's valued at 3 millions, which is pretty good. Plus bonus, which I think is 25%. And next destination is down there, so guess we're good to go if this completes. Yep. Indeed complete. Which is excellent. Perfect. Okay. Looks like bunch of high metal content.
System scan complete.
Okay. Oh. Wait, this is the destination, actually. In fact, you're completely surrounded by the nebula. Or almost completely. So while we are here, so first of all, can remove the target, and I guess we can explore a little bit, like go right in the middle of the nebula. Can do this. So, like maybe, let me see. What is this? It's potentially interesting system. The one. Let's go to this one. Because why not? And this is also a small nebula, but
Frameshift drive charging.
I guess we can do a few jumps around just to see if there's anything particular.
3, 2.
I guess the next one should probably be like a G-type star, something like that, just to maximize the chances of finding some biologicals, I would say. Eight bodies, but they already have been explored. Oh, and I guess I didn't really need to supercharge, but well, we can. Come on. Come on, I want to get out. There we go.
System scan.
Body A5 meets mapping criteria.
Okay.
Landable and terraformable.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, it has already been mapped. It's not worth it. Let's see. Now let's look for, you know what? Turn off M type. And going to see if I can find maybe, I don't know, maybe a G-type down here. Or not that one. What? Why would that be unavailable? Don't get it. No, wait. Plenty of fuel. So that shouldn't be an issue. So for example, I can go here. So let's go here. Why? Okay, finally, but this didn't really make any sense. Let me check if this is maybe something that is restricted access. Oh, interesting. So this was a dedication to Dr. K. Was a physicist who helped create the galaxy in this game. That's awesome. But for some reason, I can't seem to be able to explore it. Like, he clearly tries to go all the on the completely other side and won't let me in the nebula. Okay, let me try something different here. So say that I go here. Shouldn't be an issue, right? Yeah. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Then I think within like 5-10 minutes I'll take a very quick break.
Fuel scan. Fuel scan complete.
Perfect. I spy a water world there that has already been discovered. Maybe not mapped.
Body B10. Meets mapping criteria. Body B6. May host a marked biological.
There we go.
Body B9. Meets mapping criteria.
Wait, did I complete? Yes. So B6. Same story as earlier. And then B9, B10. B9, B10. Yeah, oh well. But B6 could be interesting. So, you know what? I'll take advantage of the trip to the planet. To take a quick break. I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. Just want to move my legs, you know, stretch my back. Won't take very long at all. Come back. What the heck? Need to adjust my chair a tiny bit. Maybe too much, but we'll see. Okay, so same as before. It could be either bacterium or stratum. If it's stratum, it's tectonicus, which is super valuable. If it is bacterium, there is a small chance it could be two different types of tila, one of two different types of tila, which I haven't seen before. Earlier it was tila, which makes me think that maybe this time it's not gonna be, because the other alternative is Cerberus. In any case, I'll go and see, because bacterium is easy to...
Body B6
Okay,
may host a marked biological.
so it is bacterium. And if it is Cerberus, I'm gonna scan it anyway. It takes literally like a couple of minutes. You know what? I will try to go into this impact basin, because it looks cool. Kinda low to moderate gravity, which is nice. Okay, it's Cerberus. Wait,
Bacterium Cerberus scanned. Base value 1,689,800.
at least I've
Minimum
never
sample
seen this
distance
before in
500
this region.
meters.
So it's still something new for the codex. Again, not very valuable, 1.7 millions. But oh well. It takes a very short time. I guess these are maybe sand dunes. Kinda looks like potentially sand dunes. These don't look like ripples though.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
It's a big cluster here. Not sure if I've ever seen so many bacteria all in one spot. Come on. For some reason it doesn't like the terrain right here. I hate when it's so finicky. Like, it's all flat. And then sometimes it lands in the most improbable type of terrain when you recall it. Anyway, here it is. And since I left Colonia, I already have, well, after this, over 58 millions in unsold
Minimum
exobiology.
distance reached. You've traveled over
Yeah, I'll go to the
500
next one.
meters from previous sample.
Which is quite a lot. It's almost 300 millions with bonuses. And it's all new discoveries. There wasn't anything that was not sampled already. There. It is perfect. Oops, too fast. Next one. Don't want to bother coming back. There. Oh, come on. There. There it is. Perfect. Yep. 58.4 millions. Okay, so you know, while I'm here and decide what to do, I'm going to activate this and do a little bit of repair. Okay. So why? Let's see, why couldn't I? Aha.
Module repaired.
It doesn't let me go inside the nebula, looks like. But I can go here, for example. Right? Yes. And it's 8 jumps. So a few systems to check out, which is good. Uh-oh. That's because... Oh, wait. There it is.
Frameshift drive charging.
No. Why am I getting red dwarfs though? I don't want red dwarfs. See, like, this shouldn't be there. Oh, that's why. It's thinking very hard. Yeah, it's even shorter now. I mean, I know, I mean, like the economical, not the fast routing, but also discover a system, which, you know, I'm starting to think it might be the case for all these systems. If I can't go inside the nebula, probably everyone has tried to. Wow. No way. No. What? What? Wow. Only two have been mapped though. Which is weird, like it's the same person discovering them. So why wouldn't you go all the way to, you know, do all of 4 of them? Alright, well, I'm gonna scan everything. See if there's any interesting biologicals. Probably not, but never know. Or anything else to scan. Wait, okay.
Body A6 meets mapping criteria.
Okay.
Body A5A may host a marked biological.
Same as earlier. Either bacterium or stratum, but instead of being a stratum tectonicus, it's a cucumyces that I've never seen. So that's gonna be a stop.
Body B2 meets mapping criteria. Body B5 meets mapping criteria. Body B6 meets mapping criteria.
It's kind of a long journey to get there.
Body B3 meets mapping criteria.
However, I mean, 2 of them are not mapped. And there might be other planets that can use
Body
mapping.
B4 meets mapping criteria.
So I think I'm gonna go.
Body A7A May host a marked biological and has high biological value.
Oh,
Body A7.
yeah.
Meets mapping criteria.
Okay. 5A5 and A7A are valuable. Then A6 and A7 are valuable. And B2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all valuable as well. So I'm gonna go first to A5, 6, 7, looks like. Yeah. A5, 6, 7 and 5A and 7A have interesting biologicals in them. Especially 7A, so I think I'm just gonna go there. Because they are the same except 7A has both. So let me check again. 6 and 7. Okay, so I can skip 5. I'll just go to 6 and 7. And then stop at 7A. Because the stratum cucumisus... you know what though? There is a chance that I can get 2 strata. So I'm gonna go to both. Because there is a chance I can find a stratum cucumisus in here too, and it's 60 millions, which is a lot of money. And it could be again the bacterium Tila gold, but there's only a small chance, so I'm gonna stop only if I see a stratum cucumisus. Let's see.
Body A5A.
No.
May host a marked biological.
It was worth trying though. So A6, A7, and then A7A. Of course, in the meantime, while we travel, if there are any questions, if you want to say something, I don't know, make a comment, anything, feel free to do so. Happy to answer any questions you make, if I know the answer, of course. Otherwise, maybe I can point you to somewhere good to where to get that answer. Hello, object orient. Whoops, I'm getting distracted here. Sorry about that. Looping around. just came back to this game recently. Tried it a little while, a couple years ago. Really enjoying it now. Glad to hear. I also started recently. Well, I guess you started not so recently, since you tried it a couple of years ago, but I started playing in December, towards the beginning of December, and you know, just mostly was out of curiosity because I heard it was really good in terms of like realism, at least in some aspects, and the rumors that I heard were correct. It's actually quite realistic, at least under some point of view. So I kind of got hooked to it, and then at some point I decided, okay, why don't I also start streaming about it? And you know, since I'm a planetary geologist, maybe I can share some knowledge while enjoying a game with other people. So in any case, welcome to the stream. If you have any questions related to Elite or beyond, any curiosity, feel free to ask. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate. Got a Diamondback Explorer. That's a nice ship. I've never tried it myself, but I want to get it because it's small and it's easy to land. And just made my first 100 million on exobiology and exploration. Congratulations! Yeah, I was just saying that I'm at about, since my last stop in Colonia, I'm right now looking at the AD market connector here, and I have over 58 millions in unsold exobiology, which with the bonus means almost 300 millions. Especially exobiology, it's very easy to make a lot of money really quick. Still a very new commander, but having so much fun. Same here. Same here. I'm still learning a ton, really a ton. Experimenting too. Even if I spent quite a lot of time on the game, but I was looking like yesterday, I have almost 2 weeks of continuous gameplay. I don't know how many hours that is, but it's a lot of hours. Or maybe it was 3 weeks. I don't even remember. I was in Colonia. Right now, so I'm gonna get to this planet to scan it, and then I can show you where I am. Right now, I'm almost halfway between Colonia and the bubble. I'm sort of going back to the bubble. But I was in Colonia until yesterday. Yesterday is when I started, you know, getting back to the bubble. Although I'm not exactly directed to the bubble right now. I'm doing some exploration in these nebula, and then I'm gonna meet with another streamer's fleet carrier. That's the term couldn't come to mind, but since he's jumping back to the bubble towards the end of the month. So to show you where I am so currently trying to visit this nebula, which actually has an interesting story. So that's Colonia right there. That's a bubble. So I'm, I guess, a third of the way. If you kind of want to come back, but I'm not going directly to the bubble. I'm first visiting these nearby nebula, then going to this one because I have something left to scan, and then I'm going here, which is where the other streamer's carrier is. And in the meantime, I may stop here. So visit these, go here, go here, go here. And then he's gonna jump the carrier at the end of the month back to the bubble. Where I'm going to buy my own carrier because now I have enough money to do that. About 300 light years, so you're probably somewhere down here. Nice. Going above and below is always a good strategy. Right now I am a tiny little bit below, not much because these nebulas are still kind of close to the plane, but I used to be far lower. Any case, I'm visiting this nebula in which I can't really get any further in for some reason, or at least I couldn't earlier. Right now it looks like I could, possibly, because I see some routing. But this nebula is called Dr. K's Soul, and is dedicated to an actual doctor, whose name is K, who's the physicist who helped the developers create the galaxy. So, talking about realism, there is a reason why this game is so realistic in some aspects, especially some scientific aspects, and that is because there were actual physicists and actual scientists like leading the development, which is, I think, really cool. So the last step here, I want to work my way counterclockwise. Yeah, you can definitely do that with the DBX. That's for sure. And I bet you're gonna have a lot of fun too. Just remember a couple of things, if I may suggest, which is AFMU and Reaper limpets. If you can. Why am I getting so close so fast? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I was approaching way too fast, I guess. Yeah, so AFMU, if you don't have them already, AFMU and Reaper limpets. Potentially, I don't know, there isn't one that is really more important than the other, but I guess AFMU. I use the AFMU more often than the Reaper limpets. I only had to use those like I guess a couple of times for some minor damage because I was flying a bit too dangerously. But otherwise, especially if you do neutron jumps, AFMU is necessary. And the rest is really up to you.
Body A7A may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
Okay, so I kinda knew that already. Um, the only interesting thing here, though, is so there's bacterium and stratum. It's gonna be the stratum for me because the bacterium, I've already sampled the bacterium. In fact, I just sampled it in the previous system. Yes, exactly. Those. I'll show you what I have right now here. Yeah. So currently I have both the AFMEO and the Reaper limpets, just in case. And I currently carry only a limpet, just a single one, but I can fabricate plenty of them because I have the materials and you can synthesize them if needed. Just takes 10 iron and 10 nickel, which are very easy to find. And you can synthesize them here. Whoops. It's gonna glide, but what is the highest number biologicals you can find on a planet? Good question, I'm not sure. I think someone has found 10 or 11. I think my personal maximum was 9. But I think you can go to 10 or 11. I may have a bookmark somewhere with the location of the... Whoops, a bit too fast. Let's see. There's plenty of both here. But I guess... yes. But not necessarily the most amount of value, because it really depends on what kind of biologicals you find. For example, you know, let me turn down the music a little bit because it's a bit annoying. There we go. For example, stratum tectonicas, so just one single organism. This is stratum cucumisus. So stratum tectonicas, which is also stratum, looks very similar to this one, is worth 19 millions just by itself. Which means that with the bonus, well, with the first sampling bonus, it's the overall value rises by 5 times, which means 95 millions. And once I found a system that had 4 planets with them. So within half an hour, I made 380 millions in half an hour. Just by sampling 4 stratum tectonicas, which are super easy to find, as you can see. And this one is new to me, stratum cucumisus emerald variant, and it's valued at 16...
Stratum cucumisus scanned. Base value 16,202,800. Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
16.2 millions, which means total value with a bonus it's gonna be over 81 to be precise, 81 millions just for this stratum. So it really depends on which biologicals you find, although you're right. I mean, once you start to find something like 9...
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Once you find something like 9 different biologicals, usually that's a lot of value there. Like yesterday night I found a planet that had 6, I think, and the value was around the 30-40 millions. Plus bonuses, of course. So 150 to 200 millions total, just by itself. Just one single planet. So this is emerald color. And yeah, I guess that's the color. It's not really emerald though. I mean, emerald is... Well, they can come in slight different variants, but usually emeralds are almost some kind of like pine green, but very saturated, like usually very intense color. Although they can be sometimes a bit more clear, a bit more whitish, but
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
but in general, I bet you're gonna have a blast with the DBX. It's a really nice ship. It has, depending on how you configure it, it may have even larger range than my Great Phantom. If you can fully engineer it, and you don't put too much mass on it. Although it's kind of hard to put too much mass on it because it's not the largest ship, so you can only put so many things on it. But you can easily make something like a 75 light year jump range ship with the DBX. Okay, I'm done here. I don't really need the Cerberus, but I'm just gonna scan it anyway, because why not?
Bacterium Cerberus scanned.
Yeah, there we go.
Base value 1,689,800. Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
So I have actually sampled it already, but I guess not in this region. So it's considering it as new. Okay, so now I need to go on this side. Because this is kind of a weird system. In the sense that someone has already been here, had already discovered these 4 water worlds. 4. I've never seen 4 in the same system. I found one with 3, and I was the first one to discover them and map them, but 4 I've never seen that before, including 2 which are binary, which is nice. But this person, Alpha, I guess, mapped this one, mapped this other one, but only discovered these 2 and never mapped these 2, which is like, ooh, why? Why wouldn't you map this? Especially since these are very far away. Well, considerably far away. So like it takes time to get there, so why not do it while you're there? That is, I don't know. In any case, I'm gonna do it. Also because there's other planets as well to map. Okay. Why? No, I just want... Oh, come on. Still figuring out engineering, getting that done. It takes time. It takes time, so... You know, don't sweat it, honestly. even if the ship is not perfect, you can still go back at some point and finish it. Why? Oh, I see. I see why. Whoops. Because I'm not jumping to another system. I'm just jumping to... Okay. Never mind. It's me being dumb. Um... Anyway. So I guess I need to escape the atmosphere first. For some reason I was thinking like I need to do an hyperspace jump. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of them, but there's some guides to like get them unlocked as quickly as you can. Like they kind of direct you to where to get the materials or where to just how to do it quickly without you having to figure it out yourself. It also helps if by unknown reasons the game helps you out and automatically unlocks some for you. For example, since I have a bunch of time now, um, okay, Marco Quent I unlocked myself. The Dweller I definitely did not trade on at least 5 black markets. In fact, I've never traded on a black market. But for some reason, the game just just unlocked that for me. I don't know why, but it did. I think I did the 50 combat bonds for this one. I did this one. I did not mine 500 units of ore. That's for sure. So this one was unlocked by the game for me. Felicity, I did it. Same. I did not trade on at least 50 markets. The game unlocked lay for me. I did this one. I did this one. I did this one. I did this one. Also. Also. I haven't yet unlocked her. And then, yeah, I have all these other ones. But not really planning to unlock them anytime soon because they don't really have anything that is too important for me. But yeah. The Dweller is a good start because the Dweller can do a bunch of interesting stuff. Especially the power distributors, I guess, and the pulse lasers. If you're interested in using those. Some of the most useful Marco Quent, Professor Palin. Who else? Let me look again. I have a few minutes in any case. Marco Quent because he does all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Dweller is good. Selen helps quite a bit. Bill Turner. Lay for the shields, both the generators and the boosters. Super helpful in virtually any build. Didi if you don't get Lay, but Lay has grid 5 access. Um, uh, yeah, I never really used Lee's Rider except to, as you can see, except to unlock other engineers. Yeah, and that's it. At least for me. But it really depends on your gameplay. That's the beauty of this game. You can do all sorts of things. You can do exploration, trade, mining, combat, both space against both NPC and other players. You can do missions to kill, like kill a specific target. You can do combat on ground. There's so much to do, really. Like it's such an amazing game in that aspect. It's really like 3 or 4 games into one. And I do mostly exploration. Um, Once I get the carrier, I'm gonna do a little bit of mining on the side, whenever I need to refuel the carrier with tritium, then I'm gonna mine the tritium and mine something else if I want to. But otherwise, there's really a ton of stuff to do. I did a tiny little bit of bounty hunting, uh, just, just to try it out, but um, not entirely my thing. I had some fun, but um, um, if you're interested in that's fun. Um, never really done any Targoid war type of stuff. I'm just not interested. Uh, but that's something else you can do. So really a huge variety. I have sold goods I recover from crashes on the black markets. Yeah, that's good. Gold and platinum that was stolen. Oh yeah, yeah. Honestly, I've been at several crash sites, but um, I never really done done anything with the materials I found them except get the like engineering materials or grab the escape pods and some valuables here and there, but only a few really, um, and never really stuff that was stolen. Looks like it's gonna be another 5 or 6 minutes. Um, if you have any curiosity, both game-wise or more scientific, feel free to shoot a question. I'll be happy to answer if I know the answer. Otherwise, I'll point you towards where you might find that answer. Crash sites are decent for commodities if you have the cargo space. And I have been finding a lot of materials. Them. Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, at the very beginning, before I had a decent like um, decent jump range ship, which was this Phantom right here, I used to go to the Jameson crash site because of the um, what are they called? And they're not materials; it's the data, but it has a particular name. I forget. Um, some of this stuff. Can't remember. I think it was the classified scan data banks. Can't remember exactly. But you find it like a grade 4, grade 5 there. Otherwise, the I also went to the one of the Anaconda crash sites that is well known because it spawns tellurium and some other valuable materials, which is how I got my FSD actually. Because this is the pre-engineered FSD, the FSD V1 that you get at the human technology broker, and it requires a 28 tellurium, something like that. So before I could travel far away out of the bubble to those known planets that have a ton of high-grade materials, then I I had to go to the Anaconda crash sites and do the relogging every time to mine enough tellurium and other materials. Every trip I make, I come back with at least 4 cargo containers running gold. Yeah, that's a good strategy to make money on the side, you know, while doing exploration or other things. Absolutely. In fact, when I used to go to the Anaconda crest sites, at first I was also grabbing the platinum and gold. Then I stopped because my ship then started to have a good enough jump range that I started to go to those systems, which are here. Some of these systems, I don't want to really spoil anything, so I'm just gonna point the general systems. Not all of these are the system with the valuable materials, but in there there's a bunch of planets that have a lot of the grade 4 raw materials. So that way, basically, so if before you go there you trade all the high-grade raw materials for lower grade, then you go there and you fill up with the high-grade stuff. So, for example, antimony, mercury, molybdenum, you know, all this stuff, and then you just trade it when you go back to the bubble. You trade it for the lower grades, and that's how I basically filled up with the raw materials. And for the manufactured materials, at first I was going to Davzop, but then I discovered the what are they called? The high-grade emissions. The high-grade emissions, if you go to the correct state, like a system state, then you can find a lot of high-grade stuff. But yeah. And in fact, I'll probably need to do a little bit before. Whenever I go back to the bubble, I want to buy some ships, like including, for example, the DBX, and do some engineering on them. Besides outfitting, and I'll probably need to do some high-grade emission grinding, and also probably mine a bunch of data signals as well. So I think I'm gonna, whenever I go back to the bubble, which is gonna be probably about a month, I'll probably have to spend quite some time there before I head out again. Let's see. So here I need to map planets B2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's it actually, because there's no bias on those. But 2 to 6, and looks like planet 3 which is this one. Yeah, it has never been mapped before. It's actually one of the most valuable, even if it isn't a water world, because it's a terraformable high metal content. So those can be high value. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, I have let me show it to you here. I use Elite Observatory with some of the plugins to basically tell me which planets are most valuable and which planets I should map. And for biologicals, it tells me what could be on a particular planet or moon. And so, for example, on that moon 5A, it could be either Bacterium Cerberus or Tela, or it could be Stratum cucumesus. It was one of these two. I didn't land there, but on the other system, it told me it could, out of two biologicals, it could only be Bacterium Cerberus and cucumesus. So there was no other choice. But this tool is super handy to do the biological scans. There we go. And also the planet mappings, because it basically directs you to which planets and moons have the biologicals that you haven't scanned yet, or the biologicals that are particularly high value, like the Stratum tectonicus. And same thing for the planets. Because otherwise, at the beginning, I wasn't using this, and I was missing all the high metal content that are terraformable and have a lot of value. Like, they could easily be 2-3 millions, plus the bonus, which is, I think, 25% or 50%, I can't remember. But quite a bit. Okay. This should be sufficient. So starting with 2, I need to do B 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like B5 and B6 are the closest, so that's where I'm gonna go next. So, yeah, 2 to 6. So, I guess I'm gonna do 5 and 6 and then go back to these two. So, I'm kind of curious about your nickname. Are you like a programmer, or you do significant programming, or you particularly like object-oriented programming? Not that I know much about it, but I've done a tiny little bit of that when I was in high school, actually, with Java. That was my first somewhat serious. Whoops. I didn't see I was going too fast. Thought I was doing the average velocity, but that was my first somewhat serious programming class. I did that for like 3 years, I think. Don't really remember much about Java, but I liked it when I was using it. Been working in information technology. Oh, all right. That explains everything. Some kind of large polar caps, which works well with the distance, considering that these are the more distant planets. What is the surface temperature? 286, 13 Celsius. Yeah, that explains larger polar caps. Like Earth is, I think, about 21, I think, Celsius. So 294 Kelvins. And sometimes I find water worlds that have absolutely no clouds. You know, sometimes they don't have polar caps, but that is plausible. If they are very warm, it's normal, especially because the last time I've heard about exoplanets, there was this scientific study about them that found that the large amount of water that must be present in the atmosphere is probably causing quite a bit of greenhouse effect. Water vapor in the atmosphere condensing kind of tends to balance itself out via negative feedbacks, because if there's a lot of water vapor at some elevation in the atmosphere, it's going to be cold enough that it condenses, it forms clouds, and the clouds, being white, tend to reflect a lot of radiation back to space, but in part they can also trap a lot of heat. So I was reading this paper, and basically for this class, which was called solar system astronomy, but it was really about planetary systems in general, not just the solar system. And basically, yeah, the overall expected effect is that those planets could be very warm, actually. And the atmospheric pressure at the surface could be fairly high. As the atmosphere could be easily mostly composed of water, so not so habitable, actually. Because if you start to increase the surface pressure enough, that means that water will start boiling at higher and higher temperatures. And with the greenhouse effect, all things combined, you may get very high water temperatures, which are not so compatible with life. There are known life forms that survive in like hot water vents, like at the bottom of the ocean, or for example, in Yellowstone, like in geysers. But those are extremophiles, and really our current understanding of how life evolved through time is that it didn't start in harsh environments. Instead, it started in probably environments that were particularly hospitable and conducive to life. And then from those environments, it started to, via evolution, it started to adapt and occupy, harsher environments, like ecological niches that were not occupied before. So it's more likely that life at first was in, mildly temperate oceans. And why am I going that fast? Oh, because I pressed the wrong button, that's why. So now I need to loop. So, probably existing in oceans which were temperate and not in, for example, hot thermal vents. Eventually, bacteria got there, but not at first. So let me see how far away I need to go. Something like this. That's my punishment for going too fast. And I think this was the last one here. Yep. That was it. Which means next system. I just very recently learned that there is a setting for a keybind to assign a key to basically target the next system in the route. Because otherwise, the only way I knew that was fast was to go into the navigation menu and scroll down to the next waypoint. But now we have a key that I can just press and it automatically targets that system in the route. Okay, at least this one is a new one. Because I've been finding a lot of discovery systems here, which is not surprising. I mean, I'm in a nebula, so a lot of people probably come here. Especially if it is a particular nebula like this one that has some background.
System scan complete.
Okay. Nothing valuable here. So next one.
Frameshift drive charging.
new system as well. All right, you have a very good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate. And yeah, I'll see you soon. I think I'll be streaming tomorrow night as well, so roughly the same time, and over the next few nights as well. So yeah, see you soon. Thanks for stopping by. Wait. Oh, okay. Was like, why isn't this geological? I thought I saw biological. I was like, what? Why didn't observatory say anything? Yep, another one here. That's good. Moon population. There we go. And that's the other one. Looks like a binary system.
Body 2A. Close orbit.
Okay.
System scan complete.
Guess it has to be close because otherwise binary systems are inherently unstable because the gravitational interactions between the two large bodies tend to scatter around things, so either the bodies are particularly close or it doesn't work well.
Body 2. Wide ring.
Okay, this was also an explored system already. I don't think there's gonna be anything, but I can scan it anyway. And then I think I'll adopt a slightly different strategy for this routing. Where's the other one? Oh, here? Yep. It's the other big one. Yep. What am I missing? Oh, there we go. Nope, nothing special. So instead of doing that, since maybe now the routing works again, I want to go right at the center. Like here. Can I go here? Yes, I can. Perfect. And actually, can even just stop here. Don't need to go all the way there. Don't know why, but for some reason earlier, it just wouldn't let me get into the nebula.
Body C.
Okay.
Close binary relative to body size.
Okay. So now I can change it back to economical and see what I can do here. Maybe go down here. Like maybe go through. Let's see if there's a path that has more like higher mass stars, like see an F type, a neutron. G type. Yeah, let's go. I wanted to go down though. Maybe here. Let's go here. That's a good amount of larger stars.
Frameshift drive charging.
And I don't know if there is anything, special here in this nebula that one can find, but I kind of want to travel around a little bit just to make sure I visit enough systems. Also already explored, looks like. 27 bodies. That's quite a bit. Oh, these could easily have. Oh yeah, they do. They do have biologicals. Has anyone ever been there though? Nope. Well, yeah. Only here though. On what is it? 3B. AB 3B. Because it has two biologicals. So probably they were going after the Fonticulo, I bet. Or the electric eye. Um, I'll go to the next system, since that one is the only one with two.
Frameshift drive charging.
I prefer, every once in a while I'm okay exploring a system that has already been mapped, or at least half mapped, like the one with the 4 water worlds that I found before, but in general I prefer to visit new systems, right? Do some actual exploration. Okay. Okay, someone didn't map the moons. Someone only mapped the big planets. Didn't do the moons. This should be far away enough. Nothing too special body-wise. Might be some good high metal content though. Mostly I'm interested in seeing if any of these moons have biologicals, of which there is a relatively good chance.
Body 4A may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
There you go. Can see already what that is. Oh, yeah, it has 5 biologicals. Between 9 and almost 20 millions in possible value.
Body 4E may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
Same. So, see? That's why I need to map everything. But there is a chance that whoever passed by here earlier didn't have Odyssey yet. Maybe Odyssey didn't even exist yet. So no biologicals to discover. Which means mapping the moons would have been probably
Body
very
2D may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
very low yield in terms of credits.
Scan complete.
So that's quite an interesting system. We have a moon with 5. Let's see. So 4A. 4A. This one has 5 biologicals. So that's a 1. And there's 4E with 3. And then there's 2D also with the 4 biologicals. Every moon is quite valuable too. Like starting from this one, there's actually the total value could be between 6 and almost 23 millions. And it may contain a couple of new biologicals for me. Alright, here we go. So here, the valuable stuff. So out of 4 biologicals, it could be Aleoida, Bacterium, Concha, Stratum, Tubus, and Tussock, which is 6. So 2 of them are not here. Stratum Limaxus could be new, and the Tubus Cavus would be new. Also worth almost 12 millions just by itself. Otherwise, other valuable stuff, there's Tubus Compagibus, which is almost 8 millions. I've already found it, but I'm gonna sample it anyway. It's too good to pass on. And then Aleoida, also sampled before, but 7.2 millions. And then the others are just 1 or 2 millions each. So some good potential for credits here, and also 2 new biologicals for me here. Okay. Oh, I didn't notice this moon as a moon, which is different than this one. Looks like the moon has an atmosphere. Wonder if it is a high metal content. Nope, rocky.
Surface scanned.
But it has an atmosphere, like...
Body 2D.
Surface scan complete.
May host a marked biological and has high biological value.
Okay, so... this one doesn't have the tubus, which is unfortunate. But... it may still have the stratum limaxus. It's either that one or Peleus. I mean, not complaining about it. Oh, wait. First I need to check the distribution. Aleoida, Bacterium, Stratum, Tussock. Okay. All easy stuff. So Aleoida has a good value, and usually it's everywhere.
Orbital flight engaged.
Bacterium, I'm not gonna bother with it because it's the classic Aurasus. It's just 1 million. I've seen it a ton of times. Stratum, if it is Limaxus, I'm gonna sample it. Otherwise, it's the Peleus, which I've seen also 1,000 times. And Tussock, same thing. So it's mostly Aleoid and Stratum. Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
I think it's Peleus. Looks like Peleus. I'm gonna scan them anyway. Uh,
Aleoida Arca scanned.
okay, oh, that's the
Base
Aleoida.
value 7,252,500. Minimum sample distance 150 meters. Stratum Limaxus scanned.
It is the Limaxus.
Base value 1,362,000.
Okay.
Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
I'm stopping here. Or, well, maybe here. It's easier to land. There we go. Vehicle hangar. Gravity is low, so it's gonna be the Scorpion. Sorry if you're a Scarab aficionado, but on such a low gravity planet, it's nice and smooth.
Low gravity warning.
I prefer to use the Scorpion. It's much more stable. So I'll do this one first, then do the Aleoida, and that's it, actually. So it should be relatively quick. I forgot that with low gravity I jump a lot. Now, if I have to say what this thing looks like, it wouldn't be something nice. And this needs to be sampled at 500 meters. So it looks like there's some there. Yeah. Okay. Can you imagine going on a scarab across these hills? It would be a nightmare.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Because the problem is that the scarab is so light, and with those 6 wheels is just the worst grip and handling whatsoever. Like, it's just a very poor design.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Some stratum here. And next to Aleoida, how convenient. So I can finish one and start the other. Wait, what? Oh, it must have been too close to the first one. Oh yeah, I am. Let's go somewhere else then. Let me see. Okay, ship is there, so this way. That one should be fine. I'll do the Aleoida and then probably moving on. Um, right here, I see. Oh, no, okay, it's also Aleoida. No, wait, no, this is not Aleoida. This is the Itasok, right? Which looks like lavender.
Tussock Propagito scan.
Yeah.
Face value 1 million. Minimum sample distance 200 meters. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
There. Hopefully. Yep. That's good enough. Only one to go. Aleoida is nice because it's usually fairly high value, and it's also has a very short minimum distance.
Reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
It's very convenient to sample. Whoops. There we go. Okay, 4A, 4E. 4E might have electric eye. Actually, it does have electric eye. Which is nice. So I may just go there directly. And then go to 5A. Ooh. Didn't realize this has kind of a nice view. Let's take a picture. It's not. You don't always see the rings of the main planet so with such a nice view, because usually they are seen on the side. Let's do. Wait. Need to be ready exactly at the right time. Yeah, that worked. Okay.
Fusion drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
4E. That's the destination. 4E. This one. Which is an icy moon that has vesicular Electricae and Campestris. So Vesicula and Campestris, I've already seen them. It's the usual Bacterium and Fonticulua. I'll scan them just in case. I haven't seen them in this region yet, but I think I did. It's the usual Vesicula mulberry and Campestris emerald. But Electricae is new. It's also fairly good value. And it's the Radialum species, which I don't know if I've ever seen. Can't remember if it is the first one I saw or not. But in any case, it's a variant that I've never seen before. So I'll use this relatively longer trip to grab some water. I'll be back in a second. Also walk around a little bit because I needed to stretch my legs. In the meantime, you can also enjoy the view, since we are right at the heart of this nebula. In fact, you know what? Excuse me? No? There? Can I take a picture, maybe? There we go. This game is always a good wallpaper generator. Okay, 4E and then this one 4A. Can already remove that because I'll remember. Here we go. Can already approach because usually Electricae is pretty much everywhere. Interesting topography, surface textures to this moon.
Body 4E may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
Not may, it does host a marked biological. I think I'll go inside one of these craters. Nice. Well, before I go, let me see if... wow, that's a very smooth surface. Like, very shiny too. First I need to verify that the electric eye is actually here. I already see something. But this is Fonticulua, which I'm gonna scan, just in case, but...
Fonticulua campestris scanned.
Okay.
Base value 1 million, minimum sample distance 500 meters.
New to this region, but I've already sampled it. I'm not seeing electric eye though. I wonder if I should go into like a slightly different type of terrain. I'm also not seeing the bacterium, but it might be hiding. It's a vesicula though. Oh, there it is. No. Nope, that's just an outcrop. Wait, this is it. See, sometimes the bacterium is hard to see, but... oops.
Bacterium vesicular scanned.
Okay,
Base value 1 million, minimum sample distance 500 meters.
looks like electric eye doesn't like this impact, so... I'm gonna go outside and look for maybe some of this slightly rougher terrain. Maybe that's what he likes. Still Fonticulua. Usually, yeah, there it is. I was gonna say, like, usually I don't really have trouble finding the electric eye. But also, last time I've been on an icy
Electric scan.
body with electric eye.
Base value
Was at night.
6,284,600. Minimum sample distance 1,000 meters.
Bit too loud. There we go. What? There we go. Let's see if electric eye makes the noise this time. Yeah, I've seen this one already. Let's Let's see. I think it does, but it's the volume, the in-game volume is kind of low, so. But it makes like this some kind of like buzzing noise. It's so cool at night because it glows in the dark. I should have probably gone on the night side, but oh well. Next time. Next time I'll go. I'll go to on the night side. And in this case, I'm using the ship to do exploration because to move from one sample to the other because it's a kilometer minimum distance. So is this one enough? Yes? No? Maybe? Nope, not enough. That one is gonna be for sure.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 1,000 meters from previous sample.
Okay. Sample the small one this time. The last time I saw this particular type was in Colonia. Well, just outside Colonia, I guess. But
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 1,000 meters from previous sample.
yeah, there's one right there. What type of atmosphere is this one? Wait, here. Is this type of bluish green? Argon, okay. Interesting, a 100% argon atmosphere. Don't know if it's really possible. Personally, I don't think so, but I mean, it is possible to get significant amounts of argon in the atmosphere. Because it's a relatively heavy noble gas that it's also low enough atomic number that it can be generated by fusion in low mass stars. Like, what is the let's see. I have a... I think I had a periodic table app, but maybe not. Let's see. Periodic table. Let's learn some science here. So all elements that have atomic number multiples of 2 are more common than the others, and that is because besides stars, with nuclear fusion, once you start burning enough hydrogen, then uh, the hydrogen fusion kind of starts to slow down because there's not as much hydrogen anymore, which means that the gravity of the star itself tends to compress the star and create higher pressures at the core, which then leads to the beginning of the fusion of helium, which needs higher pressures and higher temperatures too. So whenever that begins, by fusing a helium nuclei, which have an atomic number 2, they have 2 protons, you start forming a bunch of elements that tend to have usually atomic numbers multiples of 2, because you keep fusing helium rather than the odd atomic number. So argon is atomic number 18. Technically speaking, low mass stars, which are the most common, tend to produce more neon, which is atomic number 10, right? Because to get to atomic number 10 is easier than 18. The issue though is that the neon is more volatile. Is low enough atomic number than it tends to escape atmospheres more easily than other gases. I need 4 probes, so just 2 should be enough. So argon, even though not that much of it is produced by nuclear fusion, it tends to stick around
Body
more easily.
4A may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
So here we have Fungoida, that is of interest. Bacterium, no, because it's the usual Aurasus. Fungoida, which looks like it's in the canyons, which is good. Osseous, which is everywhere, although it's not everywhere, it's only on the hills. Stratum and tussock. So the tussock is the usual stuff, stratum also usual, already sampled, but osseous is gonna be new, and fungoida also possibly new. So fungoida and osseous, which means I'm gonna go down here, right here, where there's more canyons. Should be easier to find, and then osseous is all around them. So should be relatively easy to find both. In any case, talking about argon, that this is why, like, being relatively high atomic number compared to like for example neon and helium, but not too high, means that a moderate amount is produced by nuclear fusion in low mass stars, like the Sun. Um, and it tends to stick around planets. For example, Earth has about 1% in the atmosphere that is argon. And the other terrestrial planets have some argon too, like Mars and Venus. They have about 1-2% argon, I think. They also have a tiny little bit of nitrogen, but most of their atmosphere is CO2. So the Aurazus, I think I scanned it earlier in the previous moon, but just in case. And the stratum could be either Limaxus or Peleus. If it is Limaxus, it's I think the same I saw earlier.
Bacterium Aurasus scanned.
But
Base value 1 million. Minimum sample distance
I'm
500
gonna scan it
meters.
anyway, just in case. And I should probably put on landing gears.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Limaxus, but oh well. There we go.
Stratum Limaxus scanned.
Oh.
Base value
Where's the
1,362,000.
tussock?
Minimum sample distance 500
Which
meters.
is also the same as earlier, I think.
Tussock Propagito scanned.
Yep.
Base value 1 million. Minimum sample distance 200 meters.
But for the fungoida, hopefully I can find some here. Or usually I don't really find it inside the canyon itself, because that is where Concha normally lives. Concha really likes the base of canyons and depressions. Whoops. What? No, 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 no. No, 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 don't get stuck. Okay. Dangerous situation there. I guess that's part of the Italian driving. I'm not seeing any fungoida though, which is a bit worrisome. Ah, there it is. Possibly. That kind of looks like fungoida. Yes, it is. Perfect. No, no, not too fast. I think I'm gonna hop with the ship, because I didn't see any other fungoida nearby. So this one is, I think it's the mulberry, which is unfortunate because the other one, the orange, would have been new to me. But fungoida gelata, depending on your...
Fungoida gelata scanned. Base value 3,330,300. Minimum sample distance 300 meters.
Anyway, I'll take the mulberry. Why not? It's a decent
Minimum
value.
distance reached. You've traveled over 300 meters from previous sample.
There it is again. It's a big field too. No. This might be good enough. Should have probably sampled the...
Minimum distance
Yeah,
reached.
perfect.
You've traveled over 300 meters from previous sample.
Nope. Oh. There we go. Third and last sample for Fungoida. Next one is gonna be osseous. So as usual, if you have any questions, comments, anything, feel free to ask. Related to elite, related to science. Not that I'm well versed in everything scientific, but maybe I know the answer to your questions. Or anything else, really. Now, for the osseous, normally it lives here on these kind of like rougher hills. That's an interesting texture. And it is diffractus, which I don't think I've ever seen. So I don't really know what it looks like. I only know what usually osseous tends to look like. However, I'm not seeing any right here. Which is a bit discouraging because osseous needs 800 meters of minimum distance. Which means that even if I find like a nice group of them, I can only sample one. And if it takes such a long time to find one, finding the other two may also take a lot of time. But I want to find it because it's a new one for me. So first I should go slower, because maybe it's not spawning quickly enough. And you know what? I'm gonna see if there's a better type of terrain. It's all very flat. You know what? I'm gonna go super cruise. Where is the star? There. Okay. So at least I go towards the better illuminated area. Not that it really changes things too much, but... And besides that, that's the only other thing, I mean, osseous fractus is the only other thing I need to sample here. And then I can move on to the next system. Maybe here. Looks like a slightly rougher terrain, also different texture. Maybe also selects this one a little bit more. Should have checked if it actually lives here, but was the heat map was almost completely blue everywhere, so shouldn't be that hard to find. For example, are these just rocks? Or is it some of my osseous? Just rocks. Kinda odd, but because they are all vertical. No, still spawning too. Should have waited a little bit longer. Probably too mountainous though, for osseous. Yeah, there it is. That's osseous. Kinda weird looking too. Let me think. I think I'm gonna hop with the ship, but I should come scan it since it's the first one I see.
Arceus fracture scanned. Base value for 1,027,800. Minimum sample distance 800 meters.
There we go. There. This is cool. The model for the Asus, since it is kind of a cup shape, it has like a gravel and sand inside of it. It's pretty well done, honestly. It's like it's nice that it's like in the crevices here. Let's see. Cool. Cool. Let's see, it's half past midnight. Can probably continue for like another hour.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 800 meters from previous sample.
Yeah, there's one. See, it's all about like finding the right type of terrain, even if sometimes the other terrain was good enough for osseous. On some planets, like sometimes you need to find exactly the right type, because otherwise osseous tends to be finicky. probably take a picture with the next one. And this one is the indigo variant as well, which apparently is common, but was still the first one for
Minimum
me.
distance reached. You've traveled over 800 meters from previous sample.
Okay, thank you. There it is. Maybe I can land right here? No? Bit too rough. No. So this is kind of why I want to also fit a DBX for exploration. And that is because being quite smaller than the Phantom, I can land in many more places. As long as there is a tiny little bit of flat area, it's easier to land. Let's see, there's this one. Okay. Landing gear. Next system, which is looks like just below the horizon. Yep.
Frameshift drive charging. 3, 2, 1.
Everything has been mapped and sampled here. Let me make sure I removed all the bookmarks. Yes, I did. Four jumps to the next one. And I'm right here, just in case you recently tuned in and have no idea where I am. This is where I am. This very interesting nebula about a third of the way between Colonia and the bubble. Name is Dr. K's Soul. Dr. K is an actual doctor, physicist, who collaborated with the early development to create the galaxy. So the galaxy that you have in this game is there because of Dr. K, who's an actual physicist who shared their expertise with the development team to create this game, which explains why it's quite realistic. Something I wonder about is if they used a geologist to create the planets and moons. Or an exobiologist to create the plants. No, water world. And possibly another one here. No, just a high metal content. But here's the thing, you know, kind of the problem with nebulas, especially small ones, is that a lot of people go through them. So it's not so easy to find new systems. And I'm going to FSS scan everything anyway. Huh, right at the edge between ammonia and water world.
Body A2A may host a marked biological. Meets mapping criteria.
Okay.
Landable and terraformable. Body A2 meets mapping criteria. Body A3 meets mapping criteria.
Okay.
Body A4 meets mapping criteria. Body B1 meets mapping criteria.
Okay. It's a lot of valuable stuff here. Ah, this one has a moon too. I didn't realize that from the map. Where are they hiding? Not here. Not here. There. Binary. So, what do we have here? A2, 2A, 3, 4, and B1. So 2 already mapped, so I'm not gonna bother. 2A, 2 biologicals already been there, so not gonna bother. 3. Okay, it looks like someone has been very thorough here. And B1 also mapped. Let's see. 2A could have a bacterium tila that I've never seen, but it appears to be a relatively common occurrence. So I'm not gonna bother, especially because someone may have already mapped everything. However, yeah, no, someone has already mapped it anyway. A for A. Oh, okay. Never mind, because one of the possibilities here was stratum cucumisus, which is 16 millions. Not gonna bother though, because everything is probably already mapped. Looks like someone was very thorough with it. And in any case, I already have the cucumisus. So also an already explored system, also a water ward. Looks like I selected a good path. The problem is that I was not the first one to think that. And I'm willing to bet everyone has already mapped all the systems here. So my only hope is that someone hasn't been here ready to sample biologicals or to do some particular kind of mapping. Like sometimes I found a completely discovered
44.
system,
Meets mapping criteria.
but it didn't have the, I don't know, for example,
Body 4A. Meets mapping criteria.
I once found a system that had either one or two water
Body 3.
words,
Meets mapping criteria.
and they were only discovered, not mapped, and that was probably because early on you could only discover um, those type of planets. There was no mapping. I mean, at the very beginning there was not even FSS, so
System scan complete.
let me see. Here 3, 4, and 4A are potentially valuable, but 3 has been mapped already, 4 as well, 4A as well. Alright, next.
Drive charging.
Oh, it's a neutron star. I already know. Everything is gonna be mapped 1,000 times there. A neutron star in a nebula. It's guaranteed that it has been mapped. Even the least valuable moon is gonna be mapped there. And it says unexplored, but it's unexplored to me.
System scan complete.
Oh, actually it's only 4 stars. Wait. I actually don't need a boost, thank you. 4 stars, of which one looks like a G-type, right? It's an M-type, okay, never mind. 3 M-dwarfs.
Frameshift drive charging.
So one thing I definitely learned more in the game is class star types. I knew that there were all these star types, but I honestly didn't remember all of them. So basically, after playing a while, I started remembering all types and specifically, in general, what temperatures they are. Because before Elite Dangerous, I knew that, like, for example, O type and B types were particularly hot and white and blue. But the other types, I was not very familiar with them. And this is also, I think, the last system. Yep. In my trip here. Two water words as well. That's like 3 out of 4 systems here.
Body 7. Meets mapping criteria.
Is that a moon? It is a moon. Should have gotten farther away.
Body 6. Meets mapping criteria.
Binary
Body 5. Meets mapping criteria.
with a high metal content, terraformable. Probably also all mapped. Let me see. Oh yeah, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, 5, 6, and 7. Yep, all mapped. No biologicals. So this means that I can go on for a little bit longer, but let me check if these nebula has something particular. Interesting, okay. Okay. Not sure exactly. Okay, so it's Grei, Hypa. Wait. How do I know exactly which one it could be? There's absolutely no way to know. Okay, never mind. So looks like someone found the bark mounds here, but which I've never seen. Um, Let me see. Mostly I want to make sure that not missing anything. Not really seeing anything. Well, if I discover something, I'll go back later. If not, if you know that there is something, feel free to tell me. Otherwise, I'm going to this next nebula. Right here. And I'm gonna go the rapid way. Throw it. Let's see. Don't need the bookmark anymore. See if I can go exactly in the center. Right there. See a bunch of D, D, D. D is not bad. Wonder if I can find something a little bit more massive. That will mean potentially more planets. No, I can't. So this thing is gonna... No. Yes, please. Jet boost. There we go. I should probably also shut down unnecessary modules. At least for these few next jumps. Here we go. Yep. Too orthogonal to it. Need to go more tangential. There we go. 21 bodies, I think. Oh, okay. I don't see any atmospheres though. These look like 21. And they are also need to be farther away, so I'm not gonna bother. I trust whoever was here before me that they mapped everything that needed to be mapped. Eight bodies. And this is a new one. It's a very uniform planet. Only a few cracks here and there.
Body 4A has high biological value.
Okay. Was a little bit of a wait there. Was uncertain. 4A, okay. What is that? Curious. Let's go. It's probably... Wait, 4A, it's an icy. I bet it's electrici. Don't see what else it could be that has high biological value. It's not anything new to me though, because otherwise it would have said. Let's see. Yep. Electrici, Pluma, Mulberry. worth 6 millions. 6.23 millions. Rounded up, it's 6.3. And I'll go not that much because of the value, but because Electrica is so beautiful. So it's just worth due to that. And also I kind of want to end the stream at the next nebula, which is 7 jumps away. I mean, I could find a lot of stuff in 7 jumps, but a lot of these are neutrons, right? There's well, there's only one neutron, I guess. I usually don't find a ton of interesting stuff. These type of trips. Hello, man. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Bark mounts can be found on non-atmospheric bodies. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. They need volcanism. Okay. So keep an eye by your signals, those. Okay. Oh. Okay, good to know. Thank you. I didn't realize it was something that BioInsights wouldn't know about. So non-atmospheric bodies with volcanism. You know what? Later today, I'm going to read up a little bit more about that. But yeah, I guess you're right. Like moons or moons that are particularly close to the parent body. So they have volcanism due to that, like due to tidal forces.
Body 4A has high biological value.
I know. Thank you, assistant, for let me know. I greatly appreciate it. Because I don't think I've ever found bark mounts before. Like almost 100% sure. Like I found anemones. I found the what was it called? The one that grows in on vents. Can't even remember the name of the specific vent type. It's a fumarole, so fumarula. That's the name. I need this. And maybe this smoother patch. Maybe. Is it completely dark, or it's probably completely dark? So I think these are the... Yeah, so these are Fonticulua. Otherwise they will glow in the dark. Let me try this. Sometimes it's easier to see this way. Not this time though. Doesn't really change much. Okay, I'm not seeing the electric eye. I mean, which is not a big issue. Mostly wanted to check them out. Okay, I think this song has been playing like 3-4 times tonight, so next one, please. There we go. No electric eye. That's a little bit disappointing. I really wanted to show them to you. Oh well. Next one, I guess. Don't want to spend too much time on this. I know there's gonna be some other place that also has interesting stuff on it, especially new things that I've never seen before. Okay, I'll take my time here. Guess I need to refuel. 10 bodies. Alright. All 8 for me to discover. all icy. So I guess there is maybe here a little bit of potential for electricite.
Body B2 may host a marked biological.
That I think will be a bacterium. There's a biological there, but it didn't say anything.
Systems
Body
scan
B5
complete.
may host a marked biological.
Yeah. So in bacterium, aces, magenta and cobalt, respectively, on body 2 and 5. No, but you're here. I'm not gonna bother. Ah, eh. Almost 69 for 20.
Frameshift drive charging.
I can do the aces elsewhere. I've seen them before.
3, 2,
They are common enough that I can do them a later time. If they were like closer, I would have probably tried to map them, but okay, big system.
complete.
33 bodies, of which 4 or 5 are stars. Let's see. Two, 4. There's 3 asteroid fields. A close by planet. That's it. Of course, none of them are really interesting stuff. Which is... I guess it's okay. Maybe there are biological to compensate. Okay, these are the asteroids. And the planets as well.
Body D3 may host a marked biological.
It does host.
Body D4 may host a marked biological.
Same biologicals too. It's a Fonticuloa campestris of a different variant that I've never seen. The problem is how distant are they? It doesn't say here, I think. Yep. Well, we'll see. Hopefully not too distant. I think I could see the stars in the radar map, which means they are relatively close by. Um, this one has a Cerberus. I don't know why he didn't speak, because he, there's very small possibility, but it's there, that it's a Sage. It's the Sage variant.
System scan complete.
So AB1A, AB1A, this one, relatively close, and then D3, D4, D3, D4. Yeah, no, not gonna bother with them. But this one is worth a try. It's unlikely, but it could be there. Let's see what type of moon is it. Sulfur dioxide. On a rocky world. Well, at least it should be relatively easy to find, if it is there. Because it's Cerberus, and Cerberus is fairly easy. Is this the one? Yeah, it is. But it still reports it as a possibility, because it could be green, which is likely, teal or sage, which are unlikely. I mean, it's most likely gonna be green. I already know that, but it wouldn't be the first time it says that something is unlikely and it actually is. Because I found one like a couple of hours ago that was supposedly unlikely, but it was that variant. Possibly it's a Horizon Bio 2 then. I wouldn't know, honestly. um, but there's one very quick way to find out.
Surface scanned by 15%. Surface scan complete.
Yep, it's green. Never mind. Okay. Um, I'm tempted to go. No. It's I've seen this Fonticulua before. It's just a Fonticulua campestris with a different color. So not gonna bother. Um, I can mark it though. That's what I'm gonna do. Wasn't fast enough. I can't even select it easily, so never mind. I'm gonna find it somewhere else. I don't have to find everything all at once. I plan to play this game for a long time.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hello, Vernial. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome to the stream. Hi, maybe it's stupid question. There is no stupid question. The only stupid question is the one that remains unasked. What kind of tool do you have? So see that is absolutely not a stupid question. Um, I use currently two different tools actually. One is observatory, and I'll show you in a second. I just don't want to crash into this star if possible. There we go. Um, so the main one is Elite Observatory. Which looks like this. It's on my third monitor right here. And it has a bunch of plugins. BioInsights is for biologicals, and it tells me if there is biological that I've never seen before, what is its value, minimum distance, and with the voice, text to speech, it tells me everything I need to know. Botanist, I don't really use it that much, but it kind of keeps track of what I've seen and what I've analyzed. The evaluator tells me what kind of body types there are, and I filter everything for somewhat valuable bodies, and it tells me if a body is more than 500,000 credits worth. And depending on the value and everything, I may map it or not. Also the distance. And Explorer kinda also keeps track of what I found, and it this thing doesn't work unfortunately, but it kinda tells me if there are particular bodies, I guess, that are curious. For example, like shepherd moons or wide rings or that kind of stuff. And there's even more plugins that you can put on here, but these are the main ones I use. The other tool that I always have here on the side is the market connector that basically synchronizes all my trips and what I find with EDSM and a few other websites. But mostly it has this plugin which is called Artemis. Which is separate from the Artemis suite, but it's this plugin right here, the Artemis Scanner Tracker, and basically it tells me how much unsold scan value I have, which currently it's almost 100 million credits. And then it tells me whenever I start a scan, it tells me how far away I am from the first and second samples, which BioInsights also tells me, but sometimes it's handy to see how far I am from both the first and second, because BioInsight also only tells me from the last one. And since I tend to go like cover a triangle path, sometimes I'm still a bit too close to the first sample when I do the third one. So I use all of these in combination, and I have them here on a screen that you can see, of course, but It's kind of handy because at a glance I can see everything. So, to give you an example, if I see if anything, if I find anything valuable here, it's gonna tell me, and I'll show you what it looks like in there. And these are all tools I discovered with time, like the market connector. I found it by myself while, well, I was navigating through, can't remember if it was in ARA or EDSM, um, and there was a mention somewhere about the market connector, and I thought, okay, I want it. But then I found out about the Artemis scanner plugin from another streamer, 2020 Hindsight. He uses that tool a lot. And so that's where I found out about that specific plugin. And regarding Observatory, I think I had heard it at some point. Can't remember where though. Probably either on some forum or on Reddit. But then a viewer a while ago told me, "Hey, you should check this out because it's very handy for what you do," and it is. But you know what? I heard it from another streamer actually, that they were using Observatory. I didn't bother checking it out, but that's where I heard it actually. Now I remember. So no valuable bodies or biologicals here, so it will have to be in another system. In case you're still interested, if I answered your question, then I can probably shut up. And the stats below me are actually from EDSM. EDSM provides this widget that you can personalize, and the data is actually based on your profile that you update via the market connector if you want. Thank you very much. Well, you're welcome. FDev should implement at least a few plugins. Not entirely sure if I agree with that. Import maybe. It would be handy to have those plugins. But on the other side, each plugin works in a slightly different way, and I know there are players who prefer one over the other. So I kind of like the possibility of like being able to choose. Because for example, if they chose to only have like, for example, the market connector plugins, I would be dissatisfied because I wouldn't have the Elite Observatory plugins, and vice versa. So you know, there's probably pros and cons in every single decision, which is probably why we don't have these kind of plugins already. Because it would be nice to some, but not so nice for other people. Looking to explore. Wait, looking to explore looks sounds like very chill, but the planets will be empty. um, um, yes. I don't know. It kind of sounds like a citation or something, but um, so I don't know if I'm missing a connection there, a citation. But um, um, yes, I can see that. But on the other hand, is something I actually like, and that is because like it gives me this sense that I'm here alone, completely alone,
Body 5E
out in the
may
galaxy.
host a marked
Like
biological.
it's what like true exploration looks like, right?
Body
Um,
5D may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
okay, so I'm gonna show you in a second what that looks like. In time. Hello Void, welcome to the stream. Super happy to have you here. Was wondering the very same thing. Thanks for the okay, perfect. Great. Yeah, feel free to ask questions. If I can answer, I'll be super happy to do that. So here's the evaluator page. It's only telling me that there are 2 gas giants that are potentially worth this amount of money. And the Bio Insights, which was the one speaking, tells me that there are 3 bodies. This body doesn't have anything new, but it has uh, these two bios. Not really worth too much, but they're there. This body instead has 2 biologicals, and of those 2 could be any of these 3. So it could be a bacterium, which is almost certain, concha, and tubus. And in particular, the tubus has this blue diamond here, which means it's a marked biological, and I've never seen it before. And it's also quite a large value, so I'm definitely gonna go there to check it out to see if it's there. And if it is not this one, it could be this Compagibus, which I've seen already, but it's also quite valuable, so I'm gonna scan it for sure. This other body instead has 3 biologicals, so it's gonna be for sure a bacterium, conch, and tubus, and it looks like exactly the same thing as before. So here for sure I'm gonna see all 3 of them. So I'm gonna put this back here, and then I'm gonna read your message. No geological formations, mountain lakes. All right. Well, you're a colleague of mine then. I'm also a geologist. I miss these things. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just the other day I was saying that. So about like was exactly a week ago, like 8 days ago. I was in at the Imperial Sand Dunes in Southern California, and I was wondering like, why don't we have dunes on these bodies? I mean, there are features that kind of like look like dunes, but they're not really dunes. I wish they were there. In any case, I'll go to 5D and 5E, which are the ones that contain all these interesting biologicals. So let me ask you, what kind of geologist? Um, what do you focus on primarily, if I may ask? Um, of course, you don't have to answer that, but I'm kind of curious. Myself, personally, I'm kind of a classical geologist, if I can use that term. So I didn't really specialize into anything particular. At some point during my master's, I took an oil and gas curriculum, but even then it was uh, just more stratigraphy, structural geology. I guess the only particular stuff was like analysis of seismic profiles, that kind of things. But then I came here to the US to do an exchange program, and I started working in planetary science um, with radars at first. Um, and that's what I'm still doing right now. Although I don't only use radars now, I use a little bit of everything, but in general, remote sensing. I do a tiny little bit of Earth analog work. So, for example, I was at the Imperial Sand Dunes a week ago because I am a co-teacher, co-instructor of a radar remote sensing class, and we went there as our field trip. And I'm overshooting this because I'm distracting myself here. And so yeah, we went to the dunes to study them with radars mainly. But otherwise, I do a little bit of Earth analog work. So, for example, sometimes I go on debris covered glaciers or lava fields because some of my colleagues work on those. Although at some point in the future I may work on those myself because I've been thinking for a few months now, actually more than a few months, over a year now, about dedicating more time to study some of those features, and so I may submit a proposal to NASA to study those along with my postdoctoral mentor, who does a lot more work on those than me. And if you're interested, I can show you some pictures. I have plenty of those. I mean, I saw it completing and going around the planet, so why is it not 100%? So this is a bug that kind of annoys me, because like
Body 5D may host a marked biological and has high biological value.
wait, this is 5D, yes. So Bacterium concha tubus. Bacterium concha tubus. I guess those depressions will do. Interesting, the concha is kind of everywhere. That doesn't happen very often. It could mean that the surface has a lot of pits. Because I've been to a planet before that had a lot of these pits, and the conchas were mostly at the bottom of the pits. Because conchas, if you don't know already, they tend to like the bottom of these depressions. And I saw it's already 1:40, which means I should start going to bed, but not really tired. I think I'll scan these. You know what? Yeah, I'll scan these and you know what? I'll bookmark this one for tomorrow. And if I can do these quick, then I'll map them. Otherwise, I'll probably map only one or two and then complete the work tomorrow. I see the tubus already, which is good. That's a very good sign. The bacterium is probably here as well, but I don't care about the bacterium, honestly, because it's a very common type. And I've already sampled it, so I may scan it, that's for sure, but... Ooh. This looks cool.
Tubus cavus scanned.
Cavus.
Base
Nice.
value 11,873,200. Minimum sample distance 800 meters.
Nice. Not only looks good, it's also the more valuable one. So just that thing
Bacterium
is...
Orosue scanned.
Yeah.
Base value 1 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
So I scanned the bacterium because there was a chance that I hadn't seen it here in this region before, but I've already scanned it. Because it's the Horizons, and I've seen it everywhere. Now the concha, right there, see? The bottom of the depressions, as usual. It's concha labiata teal, which I've seen already, but and sampled already.
Concha labiata scanned. Base value 2,352,400.
It's kind of everywhere in
Minimum
here.
sample distance 150 meters.
So I'll go here on top and do the tubus first. Whoops, too fast, too fast. And then I'll go back and do the concha. This looks like a good central position. Planetary hangar. What is the gravity? Low gravity. It's gonna be a scorpion for sure. I'm pretty sure I've never seen a cavus. I've seen one that is similar to this, but never this one. It's quite beautiful. $800 meters, right? Yep. And that one is too close. So I need to go there. Italian driving. Come on. This one should be good enough.
Minimum distance reached.
It is.
You've traveled over 800 meters from previous sample.
Here. So talking about lakes, caves, even oceans or rivers, I wonder if that is going to be a future update. Probably not, but you never know. Ow. Wrong spot to land on. One issue though is that only a handful of these planets and moons have the right conditions for like liquid water bodies. Also, even if they have the right conditions, there might not be necessarily enough water.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 800 meters from previous sample.
Like for example, you know, a Mars-like planet doesn't have the right conditions, but even if it did, there is enough ice on the surface to make up some lakes here and there, but not really a huge amount. Like in the past, apparently there was a lot more water. The problem is that it was lost by atmospheric escape because first, Mars is not a very massive planet, and so you kind of need the gravity to hold on to an atmosphere. But perhaps more importantly, you know, it doesn't have an active magnetic field. Seems like it had one, but a magnetic field would protects you a lot from solar wind, as you probably know. But just this is an information for everyone else who maybe didn't know. If it had a magnetic field still today, then maybe it could have been a inhabitable planet by now. Because water and in general a slightly thicker atmosphere can do a lot to bring up the temperature even just a little bit. Yep, Concha right there. And Concha I think is only 200 meters, 150? 150. So easy. I'll take this car up this time. It's only a few small jumps. So I scanned this already, which means I just need to sample it. Oh, okay. There we go. The first time that this happened, I was like, oh no. But it's just that I re-entered the vehicle too quickly, and so it didn't do the procedure of removing the cartridge.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
There we go. Concha is usually nice and easy to find. And in general, I like this type of canyon terrain, because not only you can find concha, but for example, if there is Frutexa on a planet, even if it doesn't say like that there should be Frutexa in the canyon, I almost always found it there, which is way easier than, for example, having to find it on the mountains and then land there and reach it.
You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Because unless you go, unless you go into really rough terrain, these canyons have a bunch of these flat areas, and Frutexa will grow here. You'll find it here. And sometimes even in the like larger kind of flat spots, you may even find like stuff like bacterium, tussock, fungoida, all those things, which is why I particularly like this terrain. It's a very good place to go if you want to find things quickly and only one place. It doesn't always work like that, but really most of the times for me. Whoops. Ouch. This is not gonna go well. Oh, better than I expected. Usually I start rolling around. Let's see. I think I'll call it a night here instead of going to the other one. It's bookmarked anyway. It's right here. It's right in the system map. So let me check. Let me see if there is someone that maybe we can raid, since it's a little bit of you, which I really appreciate. Thank you so much for the support. I'm really happy to see you around here. So I already see someone, but let me see if maybe there is someone else that I haven't been yet. Maybe someone else also doing exploration. No, not really any small streamers, at least. So, if you would like to join me, I'm gonna raid Tommy side. Super nice guy. Looks like he's having fun. Possibly with exploration, judging by the thumbnail. Let me see. No, I don't know. Actually, possibly doing ground combat. So there we go. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out in my stream. I really greatly appreciate it, as always. Thank you, Matt G, and everyone else for chatting around with me. Thank you for all the lurking. I also appreciate that. It really helps me grow the stream. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow night. In fact, tomorrow night I may actually do a little bit of science, like real science, because I need to do some test some processing of radar imaging data, and in particular do interferometry, which is kind of cool. You can see changes in the terrain, like for example after an earthquake, or the terrain inflation due to a volcano, or subsidence, or anything really, anything that produces a change. So I may be streaming that. I need to check how long it actually takes to process the data. In any case, I will also be playing Elite Dangerous after a while. So yeah, thank you again, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Bye bye.
Thanks so much, homie. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for bringing your homies by. Hope you had an awesome stream. We were getting into some on-foot combat, like you do. Oh, come on.
They're all coming after me.